Hello, friends. And welcome to Talking with Famous People. The most natural show in the history of the world. Whereas other television programs are full of unnaturalities, this is purely natural. Anyway, pretty big news. Rachel and I are going to a special YouTube party tomorrow, just for important people like us. I mean, the crazy thing is, Mindy's Club is going to this YouTube party.
Yeah, Mindy's Club.
Not Talking with Famous People.
Right? No, it's not.
Talking with Famous People never gets invited to any special YouTube things at all. But, much to my absolute shock, okay, they like to call it a master copyright class. I call it a special YouTube party, okay? Because they have, look, they've got a meet and mingle coffee bar and treats, pastries thing in front of it. Then they've got like this time with the copyright person. I actually do have a legitimate copyright question to ask. That I didn't have to make up to come up with a question to ask. I already had it, you know. And so I'm going to try to ask that question tomorrow, which is specifically, you say not to use any copyrighted music in your shorts unless you get it from the YouTube's music picker in the Shorts app. But I can't get my own music in that picker. Can I use my own music? It's not that I guess it's copyrighted in the sense that I haven't disavowed copyright to it. But heretofore, I've always published it on YouTube, and you guys now have this automated thing where it's like pops up like BMI Records, and so I could self-publish, but I'm not sure I don't know what to do about this. Yeah. So anyway, we're driving to. We're gonna leave here tomorrow around noon. We go down to West LA area. It's called Wells Theater or something like that. And we have to arrive early to show our COVID vaccination thing. And they're going to COVID test everybody too, apparently. So we're going to get a COVID test. So, and then at let me look at the email. And then, okay, so 1:32, please arrive at Milk Studios for mandatory COVID testing. That will be provided free on site. Got to be there before 2 because you're not guaranteed entry if you're later than 2 because you didn't give enough time for COVID testing. So please bring your vaccination card. Okay, well, if we have that, that's fine. Notice it doesn't say anything about masks. That's good. 1:30 to 3 p.m. Coffee bar, mix and mingle with Shorts creators and swag distribution while the production team sets up. We're going to get a bag of random crap. How special are we? We're going to get a bag of random crap from YouTube. 3 to 4, a YouTube expert will walk us through his copyright masterclass and answer live questions. 4 to 5, happy hour with open bar and light bites. Rachel and I don't drink, fortunately. Open bars and I have a history of chaos. But that's pretty good party if they got open bar, you know?
Yeah, they're really pulling up all the stops, because like usually at night it stops at the open bar. Open bar, like that's like pretty special.
Well, I bought it on a card, man.
What, Tiffany?
I said I bought it on a card, man. I lost a long time.
You lost your driver's license?
Oh, it was in my other class. Now that I have this purple card, it's different, but they're here. They're going with us, of course. I don't have vaccination cards for them, unfortunately. What I should do is make little vaccination cards for them and say, you forgot to check the vaccination cards with Mindy and Tiffany. The thing is, if they're clear, it'd be like, they're not invited. We're like, oh, fuck you. You're ruining my funny joke by being more clever than me. That's not fair. I'm not allowed to do that. So, needless to say, I'm super excited in a way that only somebody who only somebody who's had a YouTube channel for like 8 years or whatever, or 10 years or something like that, and had to fight for every little square inch of anything, like I have with talking with many people, can really appreciate being invited to a YouTube party. I really appreciate this. Like, for me, it's like, oh my God, I get to go to a party and get a free thing from YouTube? This is surely a sign of the pending apocalypse. Because I've had the opposite experience with talking with famous people.
Yeah.
It's been made abundantly clear to me that YouTube is not interested in me. Doesn't really want me around particularly, or just doesn't know what to do with me, and just like, you? No. But Mindy's Club, I only have 380 subs. I only have 380 subs. I get to go to a special YouTube party with Rachel.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I'm thinking, probably, people are going to be making shorts there. But I bet we'll be the only ones playing with dolls. I'm hopeful, anyway.
I think you're right.
It's a good icebreaker. Instead of introducing yourself, go up to somebody and have, like this. Hello, I'm Topper. I'm one of the stars of Mindy's Club. Do you like shorts too?
Do you what?
Do you like shorts too?
Oh, do you make shorts too?
Oh, I make shorts. Apparently. Is that right, old man? Yeah. Oh, Tiffany. You're so special. What about me? You're special too, Mindy. So anyway, the thing is, this news, we're seeing this email in which says, we are so, in 2 caps, excited to inform you that you are invited to this party. And what they really mean is, you should be so excited that we're inviting you to this party. That's what they really mean. And I am so excited that they are inviting me to this party. I accept that normative obligation to be so excited. I am that excited. I'm more excited than just about anybody else who could possibly be invited to that party, because nobody, if you've been told you're not one of the cool kids for 12 years or whatever, 10 years, you don't expect that reality to change at any point. No, I do sit back all the way in it. It's just, right now, I'm up and down because I don't like the lighting, and I want to plug this in, but there's not a convenient plug close to where I have the tripod, so I'm gonna need to get an extension cord to plug it in. And I keep kind of going like, do I really want to do that? And the answer is, what did I do with the plug? Right here. So then I could get this. Put this over here. Like, yeah. Well, I've already begun to recognize, take advantage of somewhat, the added comfort that comes with having this chair. And I needed it yesterday. I was feeling super tore up. Until I did a bunch of drugs. It made me feel better. I was super annoyed to discover that the audio didn't sync up with the thing I was playing in the live stream last night. But anyway, these chairs are quite comfortable. One of the things that they have the capacity to do, which I appreciate, is lock back like this, partially back. So it's locked in place right now. There are no DMT gnomes involved. But this is the advantage of having two channels, I guess, is that talking to famous people is badly behaved. And it's conceivable, like, if I were going to that thing tomorrow, and I mean, well, going to that thing tomorrow, I'm not sure how much they want people to report on this happening. You know, like, do they want me to go like, here I am at this YouTube thing? Or is that supposed to be like behind the scenes stuff that I'm not supposed to film? You know, no, we are going tomorrow. But the point is, I wouldn't be sure how much I'd want to film things if they were going up on the channel that got invited. Because I don't want to I don't want to get in trouble and get like uninvited from this list, right? But because I've talked with famous people, it's like everything about this experience that involves Mindy's Club will be here on Talking with Famous People. So even if YouTube doesn't like it, it's not that channel that's doing it, you know? I mean, I think they're planning to stream it themselves, I think, because it says here, we're so excited to confirm your in-person spot for our Shorts exclusive copyright masterclass experience on Thursday. It's not really a masterclass. It's a masterclass experience. Mm-hmm. It's like that billboard we saw. Pretend you're in the TV show. The Bridgerton Experience.
Oh, yeah.
On Thursday, June 9th. That's tomorrow. Get ready for a fun-filled afternoon with shorts learnings, meeting fellow LA shorts creators, premium swag, and a chance to experience and be a part of a behind-the-scenes YouTube live stream production. So I think they are going to live stream it, probably. I don't know.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. Sounds like it. I'm going to get to meet this lady, Elise. Probably Elise. Probably wouldn't name your kid Elise. XXXP misconceptions. Okay. So Well, I'm not much of a fan of pomp and circumstance either. But I am a fan of getting invited to a fancy YouTube party. I'm a big fan of that. So, you know, it's like, they should know that they did the right thing to let me participate in their fun stuff a little bit, because I'd long since given up on that ever happening. So it really is like, okay, thank you so much. This is very, very precious to me. So
Yeah.
I'm going to be on my best behavior. I was in kind of a bad mood earlier today. I was feeling very like, like, okay, Eric, that's it. You need to grow up and stop being such an Eric all the time. That was what I was feeling. And then I got that email and it changed my perspective entirely. I hope so, Jeremiah. I hope Melissa and Plub are there as well. Probably not, because they don't live in Los Angeles, I don't think. Or at least Plub doesn't. And while you might be invited even if you don't live in Los Angeles, you have to pay your own travel things. And they also like give you a heads up that these things are happening very shortly before they happen. It's like a 2-day quick turnaround of, this is happening, do you want to go? Apply, and then you'll hear back tomorrow or not at all. So it's like, they don't really give you much of an opportunity to be far away from LA and still get to go to these things. They probably have equivalent things in all the big cities, I would guess. Well, you know, I work on things that I think is like, why? There's nothing. The bar keeps getting higher for me as to what's worth doing, but my decision making about what to do doesn't improve. So that's the conundrum I have. Rachel's thinking about wearing this to the thing tomorrow. We discussed about I thought when I saw that email from her, I thought is like, oh, Rachel's gonna think about what she's gonna wear. I'm not sure what, and then I thought, well, what am I gonna wear? I don't know what I'm gonna wear. I guess just pants and a shirt, and maybe I should just borrow Tiffany's purple cape.
Yeah.
The thing is, I'm probably going to go for not flashy. I may even trim my beard a little bit tonight and play the role of more of a... Well, I'm going to pretend to not be Eric-y tomorrow, more or less, to the extent that I can, you know. I am going to try to sneak in some videos where Tiffany and Mindy are commenting on this whole thing, but we'll see how it goes. I don't know. We just have to play it by ear.
Yeah.
I bet everybody's going to be making little videos all the time, so I probably won't even have to worry about that. It's just that they're not going to be making videos with dolls, probably. They probably use themselves. You think I should wear short shorts like Daisy Dukes? Then they'd insist on being proud of me. I want there to be Proud of Pride Month, where everybody is proud of being proud about whatever. I'm so proud of how proud I am. Yeah, bottoms are a necessity. I'm going to have to wear pants of some sort. Something to cover up my man meat.
Yeah.
Because it didn't explicitly say no pants, no service, but they might not let me in if I show up buck naked.
You might not. What are you thinking about? Well, like, Tiffany would inspire you.
Yeah. Hopefully they let her in. You know?
Yeah, I know.
Well, she's not going to let him not let her in. She'll go, oh, I got a tall bike for your breakfast.
You're getting too big for your britches.
Yeah. That's what she tells other people when they're like she. And when they're like her, she tells them they're getting too big for their britches. Well, why is this yours today? Oh, $5 kibos? Well, I found it too. You're going to big for your britches. Alright, well maybe I could get a flesh-toned cod piece. So I just look like I've got kind of like a Ken lump, you know. What? What? I go, what? What? I don't see anything, what?
There's nothing.
No.
There is no code.
I'm going to try to be well-behaved guy. Likeable Eric, who's just happy to be there and doesn't want to make any problems for anybody and doesn't want to leave there with everybody hating me. So I'm going to try to be not susceptible to the sort of mistakes I am sometimes susceptible to. The good news is I don't drink alcohol anymore, so the open bar is not dangerous for me. Open bars used to be a very dangerous proposition. Wait a second, open bar? So I can just order drinks and not have to pay for any of them? Well, you have made an all-you-can-eat buffet for the wrong gentleman, because I'm going to take full advantage of this open bar. But I'm not like that anymore because I don't drink alcohol. I am looking forward to this is the thing. If I still drank alcohol, the whole time I was going to that thing, I'd just be tapping my foot impatiently waiting for the open bar part. But instead, I'm excited about the pre-copyright class coffee and cake mingle.
Yeah, me too.
That's what I'm excited about. And the swag.
Too. Yeah, the swag. I'm excited to see what kind of swag is it we're going to get. Who's going to be sponsoring the event.
Yeah. Anyhow, that was a big news I had. And I was on that frozen Alaska yesterday. Yeah, I was on mushrooms yesterday. And Klonopin and Adderall. And the spirit of good fortune. So I'll probably be one of the older creators there too, I would guess. Most YouTube creators are younger than 50. Yes, it was fun. When I rewatched it, I thought, I understand how irritating it must be when I'm not reading any of the chats for the chatters. But at the same time, most of what I was saying for the first 4 or 5 hours of it was engaging to listen to. So from a consumer of the thing after the live part perspective, it was a good live stream from my perspective.
Yeah, I thought so too.
But then,
I
like
was
the last
listening.
couple of hours, I got broody. Wood says, I don't think I'll ever be satisfied with my type until I get officially typed by host arc of GWFP, the teller of the infamous potato touch story. Does this mean I'm an ENTJ? Well, you might be an ENTJ, but it's not because of that. I enjoy art saying the right things at the right time to draw the attention. Yeah, I really like well done art also. And I get frustrated when I don't feel like I'm making art as well as I'd like to, you know? Or that I'm doing art projects that didn't deserve to be started in the first place. But the problem is with my approach to things, I'm not a knower, so I don't have a vision to begin. And I kind of stumble into things that either work or don't. I'll play you this thing. I don't think I'm happy with it. I'm not entirely sure. But this was what made me feel like in a bad mood before I saw that email was like, Eric, okay, you did a pretty good job of getting rid of some of the worst TE that was burdening you here in this ordeal, and you were pretty efficient about putting this together, I guess. But was it ever really worth putting together? Is the question. The answer is I don't really know. Well, I'll play it for you. Let me just change the audio settings here. Okay. And I'll mute the mic for a second. Demasiado dread in my cabeza. I had too much news, moving more free and mucho less true. What's a modern man supposed to do? Too much fear, too much stress, too much gear to wear that dress out here in the wilderness, I guess, my dear. I hate on it's so ass, it's so smart, is this class? His virtue twists in shifty parts and everyone's aghast. Yeah, virtues twist in shifty parts and everyone's aghast. But if we twist this so twistily, then the world's not gonna last. You know, singing is for hippies and rapping's not for men. Mysticism's trippy, but you might think it's sin. Virtue's getting shifty as the world begins to end. But if we twist this so twistily, then the world's not gonna last. Flipper wasn't flippy, the doctor wasn't in. Gentle Ben ain't skippy, but he would've ate your skin. Except for the gift from Pippi, that sturdy cardigan. But sturdy's getting dirty as the world's about to end. Virtue's twisting shifty parts, and everyone's aghast. But if we twist this so twistily, then the world's not gonna last. Now it's getting nippy, winter settles in. Your beverages are whippy and you're cozy in the den. But why your nose so drippy? Hiding drugs within? Virtue's getting shifty as the world's about to end. So, you know, it's like a rough mix kind of a thing. And I don't really have the drums arranged, but It's just like, why, Eric? What's your point? What's the point of doing things that even if achieved maximally can only attain at meow level? Shouldn't you try something that at least has a more ambitious ceiling? Regardless, I'm subject to, because I'm in kind of a meow mood, everything seems meow sometimes. So I don't really trust my judgment on things either way, whether I think it's good or bad. It first takes me a while to decide whether I think something's good or bad. That I make. Not that other people make. That I'm very rash in my judgment about what other people make. That's terrible. That's fantastic. But I do feel kind of still at a loss for what to do. Like, well, that's fantastic to hear, Vicky A7X. Thank you so much.
Nice.
Some of the stuff I make, I end up being happy with, and I like it, and I think it's good. And it makes me feel recognized when other people think so too. But I also realize that I am hit and miss, and that just goes with the territory of being an extroverted intuitive. There's too much trial and error for it not to be the case. I don't have to be hit and miss though about what I end up publishing if we're more patient, because I can know that it was a miss at some point and not publish it, But I tend to I'm impatient about shit like that. Once I think something's done, I just want to put it up there, often prematurely. Like, are you really sure this is the last mix, Eric? Because are you really satisfied with this mix? Or are you just tired of working on it? And it's as often as not, I'm just tired of working on it. What was that one? That was a good drum break. That's from a Beck song, and I sing it after I get a good bong rip. I haven't sung it in a long time, but if you get a good bell ringer of a bong rip, then I'd sing, that was a good bong rip. Do only SI doms learn from mistakes? No, but sort of. It's like if an NI dom makes a mistake with their NI, they didn't really make a mistake. They were correct to conclude what they concluded based on the data that was in front of them. Their NI wasn't wrong. It's just it knew with inadequate pieces of information. Maybe a pattern was suggested, but it turned out to be a red herring or something. So it's not like NI is wrong, really. It just turns out to have been wrong, And the thing about NI is it's knowing what something else is. And so the reason it's not wrong is because it's what allows us to operate at all in the world. I don't look at this bong, I haven't looked at it from every conceivable visual perspective angle, right? And from every different conceivable perspective angle, it looks a little bit different. But NI is the thing that allows us to know this has an identity. It's an entity of some sort. It's a bong. I can tell whether I look at it from here. If I see just a little bit of enough of it, I can tell it's a bong. That's my intuition. I don't need to see the whole thing at all. everybody's got that kind of machine code level intuition, inverted intuition, to recognize what things are. It's called shape constancy. But when you're wrong with your intuition, therefore, you got tricked somehow. Like, you were showing a little piece of a bong that looked like something else intentionally, because it was intended to fool you like that. Then you're going to get fooled like that. In some ways, therefore, NI can be considered gullible. But and the thing is, knowing, like, NI knowing requires some patience. NI knows when it's time to know, usually. It can be wrong about that, but you can't force it. You can't say, okay, well, let me NI something, because it's not an action function, it's a receiving function. If things aren't falling for it to catch, there's nothing for it to do. So, whereas SI creates the linkage by remembering your own experience. When we got back from getting more coffee creamer, the gate was open. And I said, did I leave the gate open? And I concluded that I had no memory about whether I closed. I did not remember closing the gate. I didn't remember not closing the gate either. But I concluded that I must have not closed it, because I probably would have remembered some inkling of closing it had I closed it. And in fact, then we got in here and I went into the house and said, "Are there any burglars in here?" And it was definitely me who left it open. And that's an example of me having both knowledge functions fairly close to conscious, and choosing to conclude from my lack of conscious memory of closing the gate that I didn't close it. Now, if you look at an NI person, they're more likely to say, I always close the gate. Therefore I don't bother to remember the experience of closing it ever. But because I always close the gate, I definitely closed it this time. In both those instances, they're saying, I've concluded I've closed it, even though I don't remember it. But in my instance, I've concluded I closed it because I've concluded I left it open because I don't remember closing it. Whereas in an NI person, they're going to say, I've concluded I closed it because I always close it.
I think I'm going to go inside and lay down.
Okay. You not feeling well?
Yeah.
Okay. You okay?
Yeah. I'm just not feeling myself. I'm just tired.
Okay. Alright, cool. Go lie down. Do your thing. Love you too. I'm pretty tired too. Probably would follow you in there for too long. Yeah. I'll stream for a while first.
Yeah, take your time. I'm going to be listening in.
Cool. I mean, it does have something to do with cognitive functions. Fat, the music thing. It's true that both NI users and SI users are probably going to listen to it a whole bunch of times. But I have to hear things a whole bunch of times to know it. Whereas NI people, they know, and they have to listen a bunch of times to see if it's there. Well, thanks, Ruben. I appreciate your comments on the music as well. I think the message of oh yeah, that Boba Fett. You're right about that. That's true. Well, there's also something I'm susceptible to, which is forgetting about the forest. That I get stuck in the trees. So I start working on this little section here, and like I'm like tricking it out or something. But then, what I should remember is I left this untricked out because the section before it is tricked out, and so I need that contrast. But if I away from the larger picture for too long, I'm stuck in this little copse of trees, cusp of trees. Then I can forget the role it's supposed to play in the larger picture. And I'm like, Jesus. Now it's too choppy. I put too many little breaks and shit in it. And, Eric, growing up as an HP, how were you perceived by others? Well, I elicited from some portion of the population, I noted, a very visceral, strong, negative reaction. There were it was a very small percentage of people, but I always encountered them. There was a certain percentage of people that it was very clear they hated me right away because of how I was. And then it was also the case that I realized that at some point that I didn't really think that the stuff that we were doing was very interesting. It's like when I was a little kid, I just did whatever the other kids were doing and, pantomimed being interested in it. Like, my neighbor across the street, Chad, he was really into going, and if there was any street construction going on near our house, we'd walk over there and look at the big machines they were using to dig up the street. Chad thought that was very interesting. And, after a few times of going and doing that and then pantomiming enthusiasm for these machines that he found so interesting, I kind of realized I don't like those things. That's not interesting. What are we supposed to be doing here? Why is this fun? Because look how cool it is. It's got a big digger. Yeah, I see it's got a big digger, but I don't know. I'm just not really finding these nearly as interesting as you seem to be finding them. And it was like that with a lot of things. It was always like that with other kids. It was like, but is this really fun though? This thing we're doing? I like my friend Paul because he understood that that eventually I started saying, well, can we just sit down and chat? Like, I prefer to just chat. I didn't necessarily want to do things like little contests and stuff and other boy shit, And Paul understood this concept of just sitting down and chatting. We have various sub-terms for kinds of chatting, in fact, like mulling the glory. We were a little older at this point, but when we were in a band, we wanted to chat about the night before and mull the glory. Things that went well, things that went poorly, But when I was younger kids, I liked to chat about, I guess, people and why they were or how they were and what was going on. You know, in kind of a gossipy way, but more like, why do you think meow always does meow? And that kind of stuff. That's what I wanted to do, sit around and chat. So, in that regard, I didn't really fit in with the boys around the street that much. It's more of a girl activity, you know. I like to sit with my mom and her English teacher friends and just listen to them chat. Because they were talking about things that were much more interesting than the children were talking about. But I also enjoyed plenty of regular boy stuff. If it was big enough, exciting enough. Like riding my bike up to go camping when I was like 14 to Chantry and stuff like that. Where it's like, hey, we're off on our own, no adults around. Yay. Let's go smoke pot. Those things were cool. You know, it's like, I will always remember, we did it a few times, but that was it, you know. The times when we went camping at the water tower, which you can, most of the time we get dropped off up there. I think one time we rode our bike up, but the thing is, you can ride your bike up to most of the way up there, even if you get dropped off up there, because there's two ways to get up to it. You can take the dirt road part, which is the long way, or you can hike the ridge, which isn't really a path per se, but is a ridge that's quite steep that you go up that bypasses a whole bunch of the road. I was always down to hike the ridge rather than the road. I liked it faster, harder rather than longer, slower. You know, longer, slower, easier. And when we get up there, water tower was just this big concrete cylinder with like a roof overhang thing that was sloped like this so that the water would fall into the middle of it. And it made a great little like pre-made sort of shelter. It didn't really shelter you because there were no walls, but it did cover you in case it got wet or something. There was a roof over your head. And yeah, that is all SI stuff, Ruben, that you're talking about. I also don't like the physical discomfort of camping nowadays. When I was young, it didn't really bother me that much. I had a very clear sense of the things I really didn't like that made me uncomfortable, which included bugs, bug bites and stuff, mosquitoes. I didn't want to go camping anywhere where there was mosquitoes. There aren't really mosquitoes in Los Angeles mountains that much. It's not that wet here, you know. And I knew that I hated getting my feet dusty. So the number one thing I always did when I was ever camping was be very diligent about never having my feet like they are most of the time when I'm not camping, which is flip-flops with no socks. I always was prepared with multiple pairs of socks because as long as you keep your feet covered with socks the whole time, your feet never get dusty. Now, the other possible discomforts that one might experience from camping include things like you end up smelling like campfire smoke, and you just get dirty, you know, because you're dealing with stuff out in the dirt. But it was always important to me to be able to wash my hands. I didn't like it if there wasn't a place where I could wash my hands. So I had a couple of specific SI stipulations I needed to attend to. Other than that, though, I wasn't bothered so much by, like, it's not a very comfortable place to lie down to sleep, Um, I was more like, I don't know, I'm not gonna sleep that much anyway, probably, or I'm gonna be passed out drunk when I go to bed anyway. What I always liked about camping, I liked the morning a lot and the evening a lot. During the daytime, there are occasions when you realize, I sure do wish we had like a motel room or something, because I mean, I just take a real shower, blah, blah, blah. But you just gotta kind of adjust to your expectations. So, if I go camping for a few days with my friends, like in Mammoth, then during the day we'd be out doing things like hiking, or fishing, or whatever, right? And then in the morning and in the evening we'd be at the campsite. And usually sometime in the middle of the day we'd want to go back and take a little nap at the campsite. And that's actually would be quite nice, because you never slept that well the night before. And it's nice and warm in the afternoon, and you can really you can really get some good Z's in right then. And then just as it starts getting dark, you can build your campfire. That's always fun, you know. The point is, glamping is you can split the difference between camping and glamping. I don't believe in glamping per se, like let's have an RV, because at that point, why not just get a motel room? But I do believe in preparing in advance to avoid the discomfort of regular camping without going full blast glamping. Condoms, 98% effective. Birth control pill, 99%. Socks with sandals, 100%. Well, yeah, well, it is a good idea to recognize that the process of going camping inherently involves an SI war room. You know, you need to have an SI war room before you go camping, and be aware of what you don't like when you go camping, and avoid that or prepare for it, depending on how, if it's not available to be avoided. Most things can be solved. If you've got a problem with the fact that it's not comfortable to sleep because the ground's hard and or pokey, well, then you learn, next time I need to do a better job of clearing this ground here where I'm putting my tent down, because I didn't move all the sticks out of the way, and now they're poking into me as I'm sleeping. So the next time you clear the sticks better. And you say, well, but it's still so hard. So then the next time you bring a pad to put underneath your sleeping bag, and you go, okay, well now I've got a little bit more stuff, and that's kind of annoying, but it's not that much more stuff, and it makes a big difference. And so then, like, you remember that like, okay, last time I just grabbed a bunch of wood without really looking at what kind of wood it was, and some of the pieces were super smoky, and so I have to make sure I don't get green wood, you know, next time. And if you go camping enough, see, I grew up camping. My parents took me camping a lot. My dad camps quite a bit, and I started to develop these rules of thumb as a kid, because I really, whenever I had a bad SI experience, I definitely learned from a physically bad one. Then I would try to prevent it the next time. And generally speaking, we didn't attempt too many ambitious kind of camping trips because my mom was pretty wimpy and my dad was never, like, my mom could always win any argument ultimately by just going, no, 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 Dad, no, I don't want to do that. Okay, okay. The other thing well, I mean, those are sort of things you learn when you go camping as a kid. Is you learn how to set up a tent. If you go camping with an ESTJ dad, anyway, you learn how to set up your tent, and you learn that you do a shitty job of it anyway, and that you get your eye roll for not being competent that you always deserve. And then eventually you get a little bit better at setting up the tent. And no, you don't have an easy up tent. You have the one with the little poles you gotta push together. They have those things, and it's not difficult, but you just gotta be attentive throughout the whole process. Like when you nail the four corners down with the spikes, you gotta find, like, okay, there's this bag, Dad has the bag of spikes. It's got multiple spikes, more spikes than we need. But there's a reason for this. It's because depending on what kind of ground you're hammering into, you may or may not find that your spikeage is adequate. Like, if the wind is blowing and you spike your thin spike into soft ground, it's going to just pull right up. So you've got to find a spot where the ground's hard in all the four spots where you're hammering your spike into. And or you've got to account for the fact that if it's windy, you need to use the bigger spikes maybe. Yes, they're harder to hammer in, but you don't want your tent corner to blow up from the wind, like blow up off the ground from the wind in the middle of the night. Because then you have to get out of your sleeping bag and it's cold, and then you're just like, oh, I don't want to deal with this right now. So these are some of the important lessons you learn when you grow up camping. I never had any problems with bugs particularly, probably because of where we were camping. We were camping in Mammoth mostly, which does have some bugs, but it's only right by the water. And we were like camping not right by the water. And it certainly doesn't have scorpions or tarantulas. It's the high desert Sierra or Nevada mountains. Another thing that lesson I took away from camping in general was really a lesson about fishing. You really, really have to account for the sun when you're fishing. It's your number one priority, is to account for the sun. Because, and you can do this in a number of different ways, but you have to account for the sun. So one way, the most common way that people account for the sun is to go fishing very early in the morning and then leave by the middle of the morning before it gets too hot, right? That's a common way to do it. But the thing to consider is, where are you fishing and how much shade is there going to be and from what sources? So we fished a lot down at the Owens River, there were no trees by it. It was just a river through the middle of cow pasture. And when we went to fish there, I knew that I was going to suffer from excessive squinting sunlight on me phenomenon that I didn't like. Eventually, I learned to bring a hat, some sunglasses, and things like that. But it took me a few times of like, this is so uncomfortable, so hot, for me to get that you have to prepare for that in advance. Same thing with boats. It's like, okay, it seems like a great idea. Let's go get a boat to float out into the middle of the lake. Let's rent a boat, float out in the middle of the lake, and fish there, where you don't have to compete with these other people on the shore. But if you're at a lake that's got trees, when you're by the shore, you can be in the shade. It doesn't matter how tall the trees are. If you're at the middle of the lake, the shade's not going to reach you. So that might seem obvious to like a TE person, I guess, but it's something I had to learn, and it's something I didn't learn like the first time, right? I have to be like, what was it about that whole thing that was annoying? Why did I hate that? It was super fun for a little while, and then I started to hate it. It's because it was so goddamn sunny. But then you don't necessarily think, well, I've got a good solution to that. So you just kind of meow about it, forget about it. The next time you get another boat and you realize, then you have to come up with one or another half-assed solution to this. You could either go early and get a boat when it's not that sunny out, and then you try to stay on the shady side of the lake where the mountains still shade it. Or you could try to get a boat that's got a roof, like one of those awning kind of things on the top of it. Those are more expensive. I don't have a lot of positive memories with alcohol, really, but I do have this one very positive memory with alcohol. I guess I was in Mammoth with Candace and Delilah, probably. And they slept in. I got up at like 5 in the morning, went to the lake. As soon as they opened, I got a boat. At 6 a.m. when they started selling liquor, I got a half pint of whiskey, like Jim Beam or something, and worms. And I floated out into the middle of Lake Mary, and I drank this whiskey, just feeling increasingly like warm and like comfortable. And the fish weren't biting or anything. And I just reeled in my line. And then these ducks kind of floated over near me. I just, one at a time, took turns throwing all of my worms to the ducks. Watching them eat the worms. Just kind of drunkenly, like, this is so relaxing. This is fantastic. I'm in the shady part of the lake. These ducks are coming around. They like me. They like that I'm giving them worms. I'm making them happy. You can have another worm, sure. Here you go. I tossed it to the duck. It just ate it. It would like dive down and eat it, and then come back up and look at me. Like, you got that one? You like that one? That was a happy moment by myself, drunk in the middle of a lake. That was a really happy moment. I was so happy at that moment. It was like, these ducks are cool. I'm kind of drunk for 6 a.m., but I wasn't drunk. You know, I was liquored up enough to know that when I went back home after fishing, I was going to get back into bed and crash out for a couple hours. So I used to care too much about what others thought about me. Loneliness has thought me it isn't really important. Well, at least you have the company of us here. Jan Jams. And hopefully you find it de-lonelyifying. One might say, if one were to try to project a certain kind of physicality frame of reference, that you can't have real connections between people unless you're in person with them. I just have not found that to be the case at all, really. I mean, it's true, I couldn't have a girlfriend that was just somebody I dealt with video conference indefinitely. But that's because having a girlfriend is a kind of relationship that necessarily includes a physical concretization of the relationship periodically. That's what makes it what it is, as opposed to something else. Brian's journey. Oh, it's Brain's journey. The thing about a point of least resistance, or a place of least resistance, as socionics call it, the polar, is that in order to understand anything that anybody says about anything, really, you first have to start by nailing down the necessary preconditions for understanding. Point of least resistance, from whose perspective, and who's the subject, who's the object, who's the observer. So if I'm talking about functions and personality type as an object of analysis, then there's this abstract object called cognitive functions as a set of ideas that's functioning as the object. I'm acting as the subject by analyzing it, and you're acting as the observer by evaluating my action that I'm taking upon the object. The reason it's called the point of least resistance is because they're thinking of it like this. If you are the object and someone else is the subject and I'm the observer, I will observe that when a subject acts upon you in certain ways, you are unable to defend yourself effectively. Internet friendship exists. It works. It creates bonds that are as strong, if not stronger, because these are not people you are judging by looks, by money, or by status. These people are people you met because their personalities, their fandoms, their likes, their interests, their standpoints, their viewpoints, and the talents that people in their real lives never appreciated. I mean, I agree with that completely. But I also understand that we are both metaphysical and physical objects, entities, beings, And for some of us are easily satisfied by embracing the half of self that's most attentionally comfortable. Most of us are comfortable doing that, obviously. So I'm going to consider what's real and significant and what matters to be linked very weakly to physicality. And to the extent that communication and physicality are linked, historically it's been because you needed proximity for the other person to hear you. Internet resolves that. But the other physicality issue is, well, there's information being conveyed besides just by the denotative meanings of the words. Tone, gesturing, facial expressions, and stuff can be necessary cues to determining how you should read something, which is why text gets misinterpreted more often than spoken stuff, you know. So, for people who badly want to experience experiences in the world with other people as a way of being a social creature, then they may find these kind of non-physical engagements inadequate. But for people who find the physicality of the thing a distraction, a bother, overstimulating or whatever, rather than the important part of it, then it's definitely not going to seem like you need any kind of physicality for you to have a meaningful relationship with people. Certainly, I feel a lot closer to everybody here in every practical sense of the word than to any of my real life friends whom I rarely talk to, if ever, you know? Whereas I talk to Winston's mom and Peter Dentici and Ruben every other day or something. Boba Fett, you know, all the time I talk to these people. You know, Peter Dentici and I have had our fair share of squabbles, you know. But despite that, I talk to him way more often than my friend that I've had since I was 3 years old. I rarely talk to him, and he's the only one I talk to at all, really. So, and the cool thing is this. It does count, and it does go into the SI experiential, FI experiential bank. Like, the history of interactions that we establish here is not just established, but sustained as a referenceable archive as well. So in that regard, it's way more real than an engagement in real time in the world, which is not preserved in any sense. Hugs. I don't feel any particularly strong feelings about receiving hugs. Like, if some people say, I need a hug, when I feel like blue or down or something, I don't think a hug helps really. It doesn't hurt. It feels fine. It doesn't seem to it doesn't seem to have a lot of impact on me, receiving a hug. I like to give Rachel hugs if she looks like she needs one. I think she likes to receive them. I think she likes it when I'm more physical with her. And I don't dislike it at all, but I just don't think, I just not, something I forget about, you know? Like, why don't you go hug your girlfriend? Why don't you go kiss your girlfriend? She's always initiating that stuff, the kissing and stuff. But if she looks sad, then I'll go give her a hug or offer to. You want a hug? Generally, when I'm feeling bad, I have a very SI frame of reference about it. It's like, whether it's emotionally bad, well, if it's regardless of the amount of emotional badness or physical badness, it always has a physical solution. Which is you need to eat, drink, go to bed, take a bath, whatever. It always has an SI solution. That's the only kind of solution there is. There are no F solutions to F problems for me. When you're emotionally vulnerable, you tend to reject physical consolation. You don't know if that's epipolar. I mean, what's weird about what you say there is, if you're emotionally vulnerable, then whether or not the linkage to rejecting physical consolation has anything to do with whatever is contingent on whether it's the person you're feeling emotionally vulnerable with. If somebody's just hurt your feelings and then they want to console you with a hug, that's a very different matter than if Joe hurt your feelings and now Mary wants to console you with a hug. So, in the former instance, that's a complicated FEFI question. In the latter instance, that just means you don't. It means, I guess, you want to SI this, not SE it. Because it's definitely the case that if you hurt my feelings and then want to make me feel better with a hug, you're doubling down. Because, hold on, you don't get to console me until we resolve whether or not your hurting of my feelings was legitimate. Even if it was, probably you don't get to hug me to console me. Because that's the price of taking that approach. Even if it was the right approach, even if it was the best approach, that the reason you made a wise choice then is because you understood you were foregoing that other role. I mean, the thing is, I consider this having communication with you guys. You know, it's like, I don't think of this as less of an interaction with Peter Dentici than if we were both actually chatting in a chat room, except for the fact that, or a video conference room, except for the fact that if we were chatting in a video conference room, Peter Dentici would have too much ability to say things. It's much better this way. We're best off when Peter Dentici and I get along best when he's not as able to speak as me. I argue that people are more who they actually are inside because of the convenience of disambiguated engagement. I mean, I agree with you that people may be more like they actually are. And I agree with you that this kind of communication is convenient and that it's disambiguated, which is a weird way to put it, but it's like, I get what you're saying, that everybody here is here expressly for the same purpose and can come and go as they please without having to go through all these hoops of, well, who's this? Why are they here? Let's introduce them. It's designed to maximize the individual's ability to get what they want out of this exchange without any kind of obligations, expectations stem seeds and stress, right? So, in that regard, social engagement on the internet has been optimized in a lot of different ways. I say to Master Robbie, he wouldn't be as ornery as he is in chat as people would be more likely to get in his face when he's quarrelsome. Well, that's true. And ultimately, being quarrelsome here didn't work for him. He didn't win enough points, you know? Your faker STP friends are annoyed their presentation effort isn't being acknowledged. Your purpose is strictly dickly chillin'. Yeah, I can literally just close the window to our conversation when you're in the middle of telling a story. It's tough to do that in real life to someone. Just walk away in the middle of the story. Right. I never say to... A lot of people will still say around here or in other live streams I see, like, that they're leaving. They'll give everybody a heads up that they're leaving. I never do that. Hell no. I do not... You do not need to know where I'm coming and going. You know, it's like... I don't know, I was invited to a real YouTube party. Like, tomorrow, Rachel and I are going to West LA to go to this thing to do, it's called a copyright masterclass experience, but it's basically a short, for people who are in this shorts community group or whatever. Yeah, actually, thank you. I'm so excited about it because it's the perfect person to invite. I'm the perfect person to invite to this thing. Because there's no way in hell talking with fan people would ever get invited to anything like this. But because I've been doing talking with fan people now for a solid 10 years, and have become very much accepting of the idea that I'm not the guy YouTube's looking for, okay? Being able to go to one of these things as Mindy's Club, which has 380 subs, got into this thing and was allowed to no, I'm not getting scammed. No. This is all legit. Totally legit shit, dude. Totally legit. So, you know, my YouTube manager is named Elise. And and it's quick turnaround. Like they structure it so that basically, if you don't live in LA, it's trying to make it as hard as possible for people who don't live in a given city to go to one in a city they don't live in. I only get invites to ones in LA, and you get the invite to apply to go to it like 3 days before it's going to happen, and you gotta jump on it, send in your application thing, and then you get the email the day before, like I did today, saying, okay, it says, we are so excited to invite you to come personally to this thing, which is their way of saying, you should be so excited about this. And I am so excited about this. It would be fun if you went there and interacted in a manner like Nardwar. I don't know who Nardwar is. Well, I mean, the thing is, I think YouTube is genuinely interested in being inclusive of lots of different kinds of voices and lots of different kinds of things. But they need to know what you are. Mindy's Club, they know what it is. So even though I only have 380 subs, they invited me to apply to their special club. I did. They let me in for some reason. And well, I mean, you know, the thing is, I am going to go there and interact like Eric does. Because to the extent that other people interact similarly, they're acting like me, not me acting like them. Okay? It's like, I don't act like Rick from Rick and Morty. Rick is a caricature of me. Remember, this is an Eric-centric universe. And all your astronomy data in the world isn't going to tell me otherwise. We all know that all things in the universe revolve around me. So just have to accept that, internalize that as our core truth, and yeah, every EHP said that, of course. Fortunately, there are very few of us. And I don't doubt that if I sat down with one of these other EHPs, we'd both be like, assuming they weren't insecure or something, we'd both be like, you check out. Fine. Just remember, we're like lions or something. I need to eat all the gazelles around here. So you stay over there. You can eat your own gazelles. I have before, but it's boring, it's dumb, it's like bullshit anyway. Like, this weed's pretty good. That's what I end up thinking about every weed I end up getting, probably. That's pretty good. This is actually better, much better than most weed we get. It's quite stony, but it's also rather coffee. But it's not a strain thing. The reason strain reviews are dumb is because weed isn't, you don't, like, it doesn't work like this where, oh, I really enjoyed this bag of Northern Lights and here's a seed and I'm going to grow it and I'm going to get the same weed that I smoked. You will not get the same weed that you smoked because there are lots of things as to whether or not weed comes out good that are not related to strain. I have on several occasions not prevented the peacock from coming inside, but it didn't come inside anyway. It doesn't want to come inside. It senses a trap. I haven't encouraged it to come inside either. I don't want it to come inside either. Yeah, really. You know, it depends on how much love is put into growing the shit, manicuring it. It depends a lot on exactly the amount of time after it was harvested that you smoke it. He does like cat food, and I thought on one occasion he was going to come inside because like he could see the cat food over by where the cats eat here in the kitchen. But if he had started to come inside, I was going to shoo him away, but I watched to see if he was going to come inside, and he just stood there and he kind of just balked at me, like, bring food outside for me. So I said, alright, here, take some food. This strain is very John's Whiz. Like, what would I say about this particular weed? Well, if you want some sort of analysis on flavor or something like that, it doesn't have a whole lot of taste. It's not very flowery. It's kind of neutral tasting, kind of earthy, I guess. But it doesn't it doesn't taste planty, and it doesn't taste flowery, and it doesn't taste chemical-y, especially. It's just kind of it just kind of tastes like smoke, you know. If you want to talk about the impact to the head, well, I guess it's better first to talk about the density of the nugs. This bag of weed is extremely dense nugs. So, part of the smoking weed thing is figuring out the right size bong rip to pack. And a lot of the quality of weed in terms of how long it lasts you, which is the most measurable kind of quality, right, has to do with the density of the nugs. We bought this ounce of weed when we bought the mushrooms. Now this is how much is left. It's at least half an ounce left, maybe more. And the reason is because this little nug here, this little nug right here, is mini bong rips. Mini bong rips. So, to do a good job of smoking this weed, which I don't, but if I did do a good job of smoking this weed, then what I would make sure to do is to, first and foremost, come on, filter. Why do you want to do me like that, filter? There. Okay. So let's start with an empty bowl. And make sure it's not clogged. Stab this with your stabber. Now it's too much filter. Stupid chroma key. What's wrong with you? That's a little better. Here we go. So you gotta go like that some. Don't forget to occasionally go like this, because even though the hole here is a lot bigger, you can still clog this part up too with resin. Especially if you got a ice catcher, you know, like I have an ice catcher in here. So now that you've got it a little bit less cloggy, you're gonna wanna, if you were to really tee the shit out of this, you'd start with a bong rip you know is too small to make sure. Okay, so I'm quite confident this bong rip here is too small. Anyway, you can't really see it, but it's very small. It's a very small bong rip. And I put it at the bottom there. Then I'm going to use the torch. Because, contrary to popular belief, it is not a good idea to try to burn your weed at lower temperatures, because that's somehow going to get you higher or something. So you should instead try to burn through it as quickly as possible. If you grind it, then you need to decide on the size of the bong rip first, and then grind it. In other words, grind it with your fingers a little bit. Fine. But if you try to put an equivalent sized amount of ground stuff and for the nug size that you want, you'll discover that you're putting in more than that nug. That it makes more smoke. That in fact, because it's ground, when you squish it into a ball, it's denser than the same size ball originally. Alright, so now this is ready to test. Pretending I just got this weed and I was going to try to do things correctly. I'd start with this bummer. I am convinced it's too small to see. Okay, so I'd notice here, okay, that's harsh. I'd say this is coffee weed. Makes you cough. And I'd think to myself, alright, well, I need to get I need to hit a sweet spot here with this bong rip because if it's too harsh like that, you can't really get a bell ring. You can't hold it. And getting a bell ringer requires you to hold it for at least a little while. So I would note that it seems sticky, quote unquote, which means not that it's literally sticky, but that when you smoke it, it feels like it's sticky in your chest. And so what I might do is what I was doing earlier. I can find that thing. I think it's in my pocket actually. Yeah. In order to filter this a little bit more than just with the bong water, in a way that's going to make it a little less coffee, so that I can pull a bigger rip and maybe get a bell ringer, which is the goal. No, you don't dilute your bead. That's Euro idiocy, is what I call. That's the kilometers of drugs, right there. You're using silly European things. Mixing together weed and tobacco is like having tea for breakfast. Fundamentally wrong and evil. So, now, this thing I put on top of this, like this. And then, with this on top, it should be less harsh. Now, I also need to make sure that my we're glad to have you on board, Boba Fett. I need to make sure that the stickiness in my lungs from the last one that was too harsh is kind of cleared out, or it just won't test out properly, you know. So I kind of got to clear my chest a little bit. Take another sip of drink. And now I'm going to try this one out with this additional filtering mechanism. It's about the same size, but it's going to be a little harder to pull through because of the filtering mechanism. It's better. Got clogged. So, this is very cloggy weed. Which is partially why it's harsh and why it's sticky and all those other things. It was all quality of the same kind of thing. But if you don't pull the whole bong rip cleanly, you're never going to get a bell ringer. And so I got cloggy, so there was no pulling it cleanly. So I gotta try it again, you know. It would probably be wise at this point for me to clean the bong, because just stabbing it periodically is ceasing to be an adequate stopgap solution. The best way to clean a bong, I think, is with a garden hose. Because you put it on this part here and turn it up and it goes blast it all out. There's no reason to get a bong particularly clean, because it immediately reverts to filth. No, it's not. It's like there's never any reason to clean out a shop vac tub very, very much either, besides just getting all the basic crap and liquid out of it. Don't bother freaking wiping it down or something. Immediately is going to get that shit back on it again. Alright, so we're going to try this again. Hopefully it pulls through cleanly this time and we get a proper rib. I might loosen this up, my pull on this a little bit, so that I get a little bit more pull from my chest. Fucking clogged. What the fuck? Where are you clogging? Don't do that. Don't pull chamber smoke. Never pull chamber smoke. Just blow it out like this. It's always gross. Disappointed that I didn't get a clean rip out of that whole process. It just clogs your what? Yeah. I need to clean this bit out a little bit more. Kaboom! Maybe I'll squirt some kaboom on it. Kaboom! Don't you melt away the bottom or what are you doing? You're not doing it. You're doing a poor job. But Brandon chose pork. Making wise choices. Making wise choices means avoiding choosing poorly. Let's look at Joe and Bob. Joe and Bob both have a choice to make. One of them will choose wisely, while the other will make a poor choice. Ding! Uh-oh. It looks like Bob has chosen poorly. He's getting in trouble with the principal. On the other hand, Joe is enjoying a normal lunch with his friends because he's chosen wisely. "Ah, shucks, Joe," says Bob. "I sure wish I had chosen wisely." Ding! My film strip, Making Wise Choices. It's all about the importance of choosing wisely. Okay. Put a little bit of attention into this thing. Oh yeah, that's right. I'll wear a TWFP shirt. But see, I'm not there as TWFP. I don't want to wear a TWFP shirt. And there's Mindy's Club. I don't have any Mindy's Club shit, you know? I'm just gonna wear I'll wear my Thank You 39 shirt. I like that shirt. Or I'll wear my Peachy shirt. Those are cool shirts. I want to be cool. Then I just wear like slacks, you know, like regular pants or something. Being cool is hard, you know. You gotta think of a lot of things. I didn't use any Isol purple alcohol. I squirted kaboom on this. It comes out purple, and then it turns white, and it turns kind of dirty looking. by making it change colors like that, they've conveyed to people, look, it's doing something. You'll go, oh, that something must be related to its cleaning. Probably has nothing to do with it. You know what I'm saying? Yes, you do know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, and you love what I'm saying. Say it harder, Eric, is what you're saying. And I'm saying in return, I can't say what I'm saying any harder than how I'm saying it currently. Otherwise, it wouldn't be what I'm saying. You might counter, oh, certainly it would be what you were saying, Eric. It just would be different from what you're currently saying. And I'd say, well, let's agree to misagree. That's my new official position on the matter. I won't agree to disagree, but I will agree to misagree. What's the difference? Ooh. Big difference. Big difference. Misagreeing means that you're missing the opportunity to agree with my correctness. Disagree means you're disagreeing with me. Oh, karma pimp. That sounds like SI polar or eighth thing to do, but more polar. To do all the pre-work and then not follow through and do the actual thing. You're getting a tisking from my tongue. Just darn tisking. Does it arouse you? Why, yes, it does. I'm very aroused by your stern tisking. Yes, it does. I'm very aroused by your stern twisting. My tisking sounds like ticks. I just tished the fuck out of you. So right now, Karma's Pimp's running out to his yard to get some aloe for his eardrums. Ah, the discs. They burn. They burn the inside of my head. That's because I set my discs to burning. Is my fursona a rabbit? Is a fursona your furry persona? Oh. Do I have a persona? Well, I guess I don't know. I never really thought about having a persona before. I think about these various furry creatures that I assign personas to, but I don't think of myself as having an animal persona. Like, I never act like an animal. I might act like various characters, various various like affected identities or something, where I'm intended to be seen as reasonable and personable. I'm intended to be seen as sassy and funny, but you don't necessarily feel like safe comedic hands. It's a little edgy, maybe. Or I want to be perceived as like considerate or compassionate or something, or thorough or competent. I mean, ultimately, people's desires to be perceived as are always fall into two categories: competence or warmth. Those are the two things people want to be perceived as. Either competent, which is to say measurably effective against those kind of metrics, you know. Or warm, which means reliably siding with the prevention of suffering, basically. Over other factors. It's kind of like if somebody's crying or you on team stop everything, then you respect emotions a lot. If you're on team, oh Jesus, here we go again, then you don't. But even people who are on, oh Jesus, here we go again team, are expected to pretend to be on the other team. No, I get it. It's really important that she's crying. At Fly Guy, Eric's had his moments of being forceful when his Enneagram 8 was triggered. I'm not forceful. I just get bombastic. Will you stop trying to interpret me through Enneagram? You're trying to explain combustion engine using terms like chlorophyll. You can't talk about combustion engines using the language of plant biology. Don't you see? Don't you see how horribly wrong you are? Don't you see? I mean, you can force reality such that you can use that frame to interpret it. That's that's always possible with any frame, right? I can interpret anything through the frame of reference that says this is an economic struggle, class versus class struggle, or something. I could interpret anything in the universe through that frame of reference. I'm in trouble. Come on in. I'll give you some food. Where is it? Here it is. It's a fork. You don't need to be that impatient. Okay. Listen, do you want to know a secret? What was I talking about? I never finished my point. Super important too. What kind of creature am I? Okay, well, let me think about it this way. Which flavor of Eric character do I play that's most like an animal? And what kind of animal is that animal like? That's a more answerable question for me. So I say the character that I play that's most animal-like is ssuartscire, weird noise guy. Whether I'm sitting on the toilet or in bed, if I'm actively attending to SI things, I make weird noises and go like, you know. So that's the most animalistic, really, I get. I'm going to exclude sex from this equation, because, you know, it's easy to say sex is the most animalistic everybody gets, but I don't know. I do a lot of talking during sex, so maybe it's not that animalistic. Anyway, whereas I don't do talking when I'm doing SI stuff. I don't talk. It's one of the only times I don't talk or think in words is when I'm SIing. So that quality I mean, I keep coming back to pig, even though it's a Chinese astrology thing, and I know that that's sort of poisoned the ideational well towards that. Maybe Baloo from the Jungle Book, yeah. Because he's the one who scratches his back a lot. That's a good one. was saying, I don't feel like an animal really, but when I look around my ontological resource pile for information to utilize, I note that even though I don't self-identify as having really an animal expression, I can look at various expressions of myself and say which of them are the most animalistic. Definitely be the one that involves the least amount of talking, and that's things like taking a bath and paying attention to how it feels good, and or going poo, or getting into bed. Unlike the boar from Princess Mononoke. So I kind of was thinking maybe I'm a little bit like Piglet from Winnie the Pooh. My SI is both an animal and also skittish. Like, quick to panic. But I'm hungry! I'm hungry! But I don't feel very good. You know, kind of like that. Piglet from Winnie the Pooh. It was very neurotic. Well, because the thing is, you want the animal archetype to be the set, and me to be the example in the set. It just doesn't work like that. Instead, I don't fit in any set of animal archetypes, but that doesn't mean that I can't find a part of me or some expression of self in which that expression of self does fit into some animal archetype. And so, to the extent that I fit into an animal archetype, it's Piglet, but it's also the case that I don't fit into an animal archetype. So, that's the full explanation of it. A giraffe pig. Okay, I could go with that. I kind of am a giraffe pig. I'm always aiming for leaves that are too high up on the tree, and wallowing in the mud concurrently, which means I'm constantly straining to reach with my mouth while also sustaining my wallow. It's a perfect analogy, really. Actually, giraffe pig is perfect. Piggiraffe. I'm a piggiraffe. I do not understand why I ask for grilled lobster in a restaurant. I've never served a cooked telephone. I don't understand why, when I ask for grilled lobster in a restaurant, I've never served a cooked telephone. I don't like him. I don't like Salvador Dali. He sounds like a big dummy. Yeah, Piggiraffe. So Jake Forrest, you and I happened on Piggiraffe like simultaneously, probably, huh? I like the quote about the pigs. I've not really known any pigs, but I like it. Probably Karma's Pound. Probably. Could be ESFP. Well, no, but that quote though, such a freaking ENFP thing to say. I want to go over to him and go, "You're doing this wrong. You're making me look bad by being kind of similar but wrong about things." Hey, Peter didn't teach you, that's hate speech. We pygmy giraffes prefer to be called little pig giraffes. Oh yeah, I saw you guys. I saw after the fact all that nonsense you guys were going on about. Whatever, I don't care. I've got a wonderful answer for you, Eliana Diaz. It's a specialist answer, a kind that feels so fast and true. Stuck to me. Here for you's the answer. Yeah, whatever, I don't give a fuck. But Eric, yes you do. You should get all mad about me disagreeing with you. Yeah, whatever, I don't give a fuck. But do you give a fuck, Eric? No, I don't want to. That sounds not fun. You know what sounds not fun? Giving a fuck. That sounds like I ain't gotta act like all, oh no, maybe I don't give a fuck. I got better things to give fucks about. Much better things. Eliana Diaz, I don't know if you heard about it. Oh, well, that's all my hair. We're going to a special YouTube party tomorrow. Open bar. I'm gonna drink so much almond milk. It's gonna be so delicious. Oh, yeah. That's right, Eliana Diaz. Tiffany and Mindy and I, and Rachel too, are going to a special YouTube party tomorrow. Shit you not. Going to West LA to a thing. We got to bring our freaking COVID vaccination stuff and everything, which we have. We have everything we have to bring. And I don't have vaccination cards for these two girls, but I'm hoping they're going to let them in as well. Your brother all the way on. Well, that dog is coming hot. You're getting too big for your britches, mister. That's right, Tiffany. You tell him. So pretty exciting stuff. I'm really quite excited about it. I'm excited about it myself. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Mindy, do you think you can keep an eye on Tiffany and try to prevent her from drinking too much tomorrow? Hi! You're so out of my business! I don't know if I can do that, Eric. Well, listen here. I drink almond milk anyway. There's nothing wrong with drinking almond milk. Well, you call it almond milk, but everybody else calls it almond schnapps. Schnapps is a German word for milk. Don't you know either? God, you better shut up. Anyway, tomorrow, Mindy, I'm gonna drink so much almond milk. You're not gonna believe it. Okay, well, remember that when that happens, usually you wake up the next morning, some random place, and say, "Oh my God, I'm so hungover. Where are my clothes? My clothes are right here. I have my purple cape." Yeah. What about your other clothes? What other clothes? I don't have any other clothes. I have a purple cape. That's the best clothes I can have. But it doesn't really cover anything, Timothy. Who cares? It covers everything you need to cover. It's still clothes. Still very weird. I think it'll be fine. People will be fine with it, Tiffany. I wouldn't worry about it. Of course, I got my power. Girls have almond milk. I don't have any almond milk. You go sit over there. I go ahead and make you still over here again. All mine is so savage. I only did that one nice thing for us at one time. Remember Monday? Which one are you talking about? Don't you remember? I went on a high-balloon ride. A very magical high-balloon ride. We were floating in the sky. I'm on high balloon. I'm floating up in the sky. I want some almond milk, 'cause almond milk is good. You know, Tiffany, you really did a great job with Lou Reed's Perfect Day. But, may I suggest the following as a competing entry in your cover contest. What did I do with my bucket of pee? Yes, I wonder, but I think it's over there. I need now to find my bucket of pee, and I can't seem to find it anywhere. Oh, I get by with my bucket of pee. Oh, I get high with my bucket of pee. Oh, I'm gonna try with my bucket of pee. Do you need anybody? I need my bucket of pee. Could it be anybody? No, it's gotta be my bucket of pee. I was discussing with Rachel the other day the matter of songs that invite that phenomenon and when that occurs. So, of course, if I had said, if I was thinking to myself, where did I leave my grandma's rectangular box? Where did I leave my grandmother's rectangular box? It wouldn't have led me to think of that song, right? Or it wouldn't have made me go into singing into that song. It has to syllabically fit too. So when I thought to myself the other day, what did I do with my bucket of pee? It's like somewhere around Kit, I found it automatically going into the Beatles song, right? Because it's syllabically identical and it begins with the same basic concept, right? What did I do with my bucket of pee? It's the same number of syllables, except in the Beatles song it goes ba-da-da-da. It has a little extra shit. So, some songs lend themselves to singing a lot because they make a lot of linkages. For example, the beginning of the Aladdin song, I can show you the world, fits with a lot of things, so, you know. I can get you some Coke. Just a lot of naturally occurring sentences might fit with that. Because it's an easy syllable match. Or a song like what's another one I was thinking of the other day? A song like "Wouldn't It Be Nice" by the Beach Boys, right? It's hard to think of any sentence you could start with "Wouldn't it be nice" that doesn't almost immediately lead into you going, "Wouldn't it be nice that we were meow 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 meow." I hope Rachel's okay. She seems to have been. She seems lately to have been a little bit. I don't know, not feeling great. I guess physically. I don't think "Isn't She Lovely" is one. That's not something you're naturally going to say very often. Whereas, like, is there anybody going to listen to my story, for example? You can think of it not necessarily having to follow too much of the syllabic train for you to go. If you start a sentence, "Is there anybody?" Whereas, "Isn't she lovely?" just completed in and of itself, right? So it's kind of, it doesn't really work, I don't think. But, like, is there anybody going to Alabama in the spring? You know, is there anybody going to Alabama this spring? I surely could use a ride over. I'm not sure exactly what's going on. I think it has to do with disrupted sleep schedules from a lot of changes going on around here. I'm gonna have to do something about Trouble. Like, Rachel can't sleep when Trouble's inside and won't kick him out of the room. I think she didn't sleep well last night, and well, this particular Adderall has been. I found it makes me feel icky, kind of, and I think she's even more sensitive to those effects than I am. And she took one the other day. Takes a day or two to get the whole cycle done, really. I mean, Trouble's he's not clingy exactly. He's more like, acts like he owns you. He's bossy and entitled. Yeah, why, he's a difficult cat. And yet, he's an extremely interesting cat. The way that he's learning the ways of civilization after clearly not having been raised with people, as far as I can tell. You felt exactly how Rachel looked like she was feeling when you tried to buy Vance? I liked it one time I tried it. It's got a long arc, though. It's got a really long arc. I think she already ate. She made herself a bowl of Chef Boyardee. Panera's a nice place to go to sit down and eat something, have a beverage, chat for a while. I'm not, probably, not 100% sure. But I had some food. Oh yeah, I still have it over there. And I was eating it and then I did something else. It's good to eat some food. Makes your stomach feel more full. Gives you energy for the long working day. Potatoes, if that is your real name. Sounds made up to me. Like someone just wasn't very creative and changed the T in tomato to a P. Are you actually tomatoes and you're giving me an alias and that's the best you could come up with? You're not good at coming up with aliases. Like me saying, "Oh, my name is Barrick Baus." I can't believe these tomatoes tried to pass themselves off as somebody named Potato. You can't fool me, Potato. Oops. I mean, tomato. These days gotten to where fruits and vegetables think they can get away with anything. Well, my alias is a lady hole tester. What do you mean you don't believe that's my name? L.A. Chester at your service. Yes, that's me, Mr. Lady Hole Tester. Lady Hole. Lady Hole's a good name for something. good last name. I'm Dick Ladyhole. I'm running for Congress. Lady Hall. Lady Hall. What does that mean? Oh my God, you're running in Converse. No, you're running in Converse. You're running in Converse to converse. You're running to a conversation to converse, and you're running there in your Converse. Conversely, you're conversing with the conversationalist person who is inside, who says converse conversely with your Converse. If you do, then conversation with your Converse will ensue. Oh yeah. I put oh yeah at the end. All right. All night till the morning light. Oh yeah. You never have too many oh yeahs in a song. Maybe I'll write a song in which all the lyrics are oh yeah. But they're said as though they were expressing things other than just oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. And people can speculate as to what I mean by my tone. I think he's talking about a dip in sales for American car companies starting in the 90s. You've misinterpreted my song, I would say, in a stern voice. I was actually talking about oh yeah the whole time. I feel like writing poetry right now. I want to write a serious poem about my feelings. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to write a serious poem about my feelings. And everyone's going to be like, oh, wow, look at that. Alright, now, okay, a poem about my feelings. That's the title of it. Let's see what happens here. My feelings feel for me what there is to feel. And when they're done, they turn to me and either sob or squeal. What noise is this? I demandeth I. What noise is this, demandeth I, of aforementioned feels. Doth thou squeal in delight, or are those anguished peals? Question mark. For me to know. Retorts emotion and you're the finder outer here. I get the gist. I answered him. But why phrase it so queer in the old sense of the word? That too, he, they, it, that too smirked dampness is mine to know. And mine, I finished to find out. Now you get the drift, felt I. That's what it's all about. Okay. I closed. Go fuck yourself. Okay, that's enough. That's enough from you. And your enigmatic non-answers, Mr. You're getting too big for your britches. There. A poem about my feelings. My feelings feel for me what there is to feel, and when they're done they turn to me and either sob or squeal. What noise is this, demandeth I of aforementioned feels? Doth thou squeal in delight, or are those anguished peals? For me to know, retorts emotion, and you're the finder outer here. I get the jest, I answered him, but why phrase it so queer? That too, smirked dampness, is mine to know, and mine, I finished, to find out. Now you get the drift, I felt. That's what it's all about. Okay, that's enough from you and your enigmatic non-answers. You're getting too big for your britches. Needs a little editing. A couple lines don't really work metrically. Have to tidy it up a bit or something. Poem about my feelings. This is how I feel about feelings. Now, here's another poem about my feelings. What do I feel? What do I feel? You know, with my feelings. What do I feel? Those feelings. What are they? What good to know? What feeling? What feel it be? Without understanding what it lets you see. I'm feeling confused about what I feel because it's confusing and kind and sturdy as steel. Oh, moistly pockets. Oh, moistly pockets. Spirit of my heart. Is this feeling I feel surprise at finishing this art? No, I guess it wasn't. I guess then not. For had it been, my word load would be shot. My word load would have shot. Instead, it spews on, keeping forth. Perhaps then what I feel is a longing to go north. If so, I wonder why I long to travel northwardly as I can't feel a reason why that longer would be me. And thus I'm left now, to conclude that I must feel glee if I can't tell, then all I'll decide and hereby thus decree. There. That's a little better now, I think. A poem about my feelings too. Part 2. Let's read it out loud now. What do I feel? What do I feel, with my feelings? What do I feel? Those feelings, what are they? What good to know what feel it be, without understanding what it lets you see? I feel confused about what I feel, because it's confusing and sturdy as steel. Oh, moistly pockets, spirit of heart, is this feeling I feel, surprise at this art? No, I guess then not, for had it been, my word load would have shot. Instead, it now spews on, heaping forth. Perhaps then what I feel is longing to go north. If so, I wonder why I long to travel northwardly, as I can't feel a reason why that longer would be me. I thus am left now to conclude that I must feel glee. If I can't tell, then I'll decide, and hereby thus decree. Again, some metrical problems in there, some meter problems. This is the sort of thing oh, Eric. Why you can't tell until you read it back that is this feeling I feel surprised is not fit there? It's too many syllables? Did you need to put it into two different things or what? Come on. Get your head out of your ass. My head's not in my ass. Not literally, but metaphorically, it's in your ass. As usual. Okay, well, there I'm done with poetry writing time. Those were our poetry writing experiences for the day. I hope you enjoyed them. I predict you did not. And that's all part of living the dream. Living that dream. Bye, Jake Forrest. Have a very, very pleasant day by eating plenty of pheasants the English way. So, anyway, now that I've written 2 important poems about my feelings, I think to myself, there, I proved it to everybody. I know how to use my time wisely. Figuraphs. You weren't wrong. People say that to ENTPs a lot. It usually precedes them saying that the other person is wrong. You weren't wrong, but you're wrong. No, you were right the first time. I'm not wrong. Not you, Jonathan Basante. You. If you want to, it's going to naturally lead a lot of times into the Spice Girls, right? If you want to touch my scrotum, you got to get with my friends. You know what's a super good song? She came in through the bathroom window. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, bum, 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 now, now. Didn't anybody see her? Didn't anybody leave? Sundays on the phone to Monday. Tuesdays on the phone to me. Oh yeah. That's an okay song too. But another, I don't think it's quite as good a song as She Came In Through the Bathroom Window, which is such a great song and such a great produced piece of music. There's so much going on in that song, and it's great. But another great song that's got less going on in it and is a little bit more sugar, but it's still fucking fantastic, is When I'm 64. You know? Thanks, darling Squirrely. Hope you feel better. When I get older, losing my hair, many years from now, will you still be sending me a Valentine? Birthday greetings, bottle of wine. Who could ask for more? Will you still need me? Will you still see me when I'm 64? We could have been better than the guy of white if it's not too dear. We could scrimp and save. Grandchildren on your knee. Vera, Chuck, and Dave. Really good song. Maxwell's Silver Hammer is a great song as well. Starts with gosh, what are the first words in it? I'm having trouble finding the verse melody because I'm going into that song I was just singing. Maxwell got again. As she's getting ready to go, a knock comes on the door. Ding, 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 bang, bang. Maxwell's silver hammer came down upon her head. Boom, ba-da-da-da, bang, bang. That's a really good song. I'm not covering National Brotherhood Week. I mean, I've really had this fantastic return to a relationship with the Beatles that I was away from for decades. It wasn't like I ever stopped liking the Beatles or thinking they were good. I just stopped listening to them. And then when I came back to them, when I got with Rachel, Rachel's a big Beatles fan too, you know, and I started listening to it a little bit more occasionally. We listen to some Beatles stuff, and it was rather shocking how good it was. It's like, and how much I remembered it all. Was he EHP? Yeah, he was an EHP. Almost for sure. Could have been an IHP though. He wasn't especially extroverted in his affect when he was class. Another really good song that's good in the same way that no, never mind. The Science of Imaginary Solutions. What's the science of imaginary solutions? Petaphysical? I don't know what Merle Haggard's type is. I don't really know anything about that. I mean, the thing is, Joan was quizzical, studied as physical, something, bam, bam, bam. There are so many good Beatles songs. I always feel like I'm when my SI falls short in keeping track of the great ones that I like so much. I liked Paperback Writer a lot as a kid. It's a dirty story of a dirty man. His cleaning wife wouldn't understand. Just on the model where a man named Blair and I need a job and I wanna be a paperback writer. Paperback writer. They've got so many like incredibly archetypal songs. It's weird. I'm up for the mystery tour. Reservation. Go to the mystery tour and I need to take you away. I need to take you away, take you today. I liked that album a lot as a kid. I don't think, now as an adult, I think that's not really one of their better albums, but I liked that album a lot as a kid for some reason. Paul McCartney always was inclined towards the cheesy. Mean Mr. Mustard. Mean Mr. Mustard, last in the park, lies in the dark. Such a mean old man. Dun 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 dun. All the children sing, hey, Bungalow Bill, what did you kill? Bungalow Bill. Hey, Bungalow Bill, what did you kill? Bungalow Bill. Boom, boom. That's the thing, though. You're wrong about that. You're totally wrong. What you get from listening to the Beatles pretty quickly, if you know well, is that they're timeless. In some ways, they're more well produced. The remastered ones, anyway, are more well produced than a lot of modern stuff. And that some of the choices modern producers have made have eliminated a lot of the stereo space from our ears are most used to, but not necessarily to good effect at all. The thing about Beatles stuff is you can hear everything. The only possible complaint you can have about the production on it is the drums are a little low. A penny lane is in my ears and in my eyes. There beneath the blue suburban skies I sit and meanwhile back. Yeah, they've got so many iconic things that they're just, look, it's not really easy to remember the melodies of verses and choruses like that, even if you don't remember the words. it's because they're so right, you know? Everything's so right. Not absolutely everything, but almost everything. Even the songs that I don't like that much are still so right. Yeah, I mean, like, day after day, alone on a hill, the man with the foolish grin is keeping perfectly still. I don't even like that song, right? But I can sing the whole fucking thing. I kind of don't like so much their sad songs, like Nowhere Man, you know, Fool on a Hill, uh, Eleanor Rigby. I don't really like their sad songs, but I still can sing the whole fucking thing. And, you know, I'm not susceptible to liking shit that's bad for very long. I just can't. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. That was a song that when I was a certain age, people who played the guitar, a lot of them learned how to play that song. But I think it was about yesterday that Paul McCartney, I heard in an interview say that when he came up with it, he was surprised that it wasn't already a song. Yeah, but it might have been Let It Be. He was talking about one of those two. I think it was yesterday though. But it makes sense, right? Just so intuitively right. Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. Now it looks as though I'm here to stay. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Suddenly, I'm not half the man I used to be. There's a shadow hanging over me. Oh, yesterday came suddenly. Why she had to go, I don't know. She wouldn't say. I said something wrong, now I long for yesterday. It's so discovered, right? It's not, nobody made that song up. Lovely Rita, Meter Maid, Class. There's so many Beatles songs, and like they're all almost all good. Like you might be able to trash like number 9 or something. Thanks, Perman. Or you know, you probably skip that sitar song that George is responsible for, but. There's nothing crappy, like come together, you know. Boom boom ba-ding, down, boom boom ba-ding, down, boom boom ba-ding, boom boom ba-ding. You grew up slowly, you got you eyeball, you got holy roller, you got man out, you got. On and on, it's 3. Got to be a joker, you're just so hard to please. Come together right now over me. And like that's a song that when you listen to it you go, oh, wow. What they're doing with the bass and shit is just like it's a really good, well-executed rock song. It's not quite as sing-songy a composition as a lot of their shit, but it's a great rock song. Like, She's So Heavy. is another great fucking. The reason you know that people who don't like the Beatles are wrong, even people who don't like the Beatles know the songs of them better than they know the songs of the bands they do like. And the thing is, I never liked any of the Beatles movies at all. Their video shit is just all shitty, but their music's brilliant. And they take full advantage of the album format too. So, like the way it rolls out of whatever it rolls out of and into Day in the Life is great, you know. Ding 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 ding. Well, up, got out of bed, dragged a comb across my head. Smoke and looking up, I noticed I was late. Ran the bus, I made the bus 10 seconds flat. And when but I fell into a dream. It's fucking epic. It's super epic, you know. Ringo didn't get to sing many songs. Ringo sang Get By With a Little Help from My Friends and a couple other songs. And George didn't sing very many songs. And then it's like, even the songs that I don't really gravitate to, it's more because I played them out so much as a kid or something. Like, I can't really listen to Hey Jude anymore. It's like, okay. Too many do-do-do-do-do-dos here at the end, okay? It's just, we get the point, John. That's enough. So, that's one that I really loved that song when I was a kid so much. But now, I don't really want to listen to it. And then you get a song like Michelle, My Belle. And that song just changes every person's life who's named Michelle forever. You know, it's like, no matter if you are named Michelle for the rest of the history of time, at some point, somebody's gonna sing to you, Michelle, ma belle, sont les monstres qui vont très bien ensemble, très bien ensemble. You can say the only words I know that you'll understand, my Michelle. But it is a really good song. But I feel like that's a little played out too, you know. And I also can do without the really early stuff, the Twist and Shout, the I Want to Hold Your Hand. The early stuff is a little bit underdeveloped, as they were a little underdeveloped as artists at that point, I guess. I heard an interesting perspective the other day, which was Rachel's dad apparently doesn't like Octopus's Garden Under the Sea because he says it's just a poor man's version of Yellow Submarine.
I have to come in and kiss you. I love you.
I love you too, darling. That's another Ringo song. Octopus's Garden Under the Sea sings that one too. Who sings Yellow Submarine? They all do? Or?
That's another Ringo song.
Okay. So, what do you think's better, Yellow Submarine or Octopus's Garden?
I think Octopus's Garden is more fun.
Yeah, I think so too. I'd like to be under the sea in an octopus's garden in the shade.
Yes, you
Bam,
would
bam,
be
ba-dam. Bam, bam, ba-dam. Bam, 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 bam. We could be a man, how happy we would be. Bum, 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 bum.
like to
We
be.
are. You gotta have the ahs for that song to come together, really. Whereas Yellow Submarine's a little too sing-songy for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. You gonna go with Mommy, Kavio?
Yeah, do you want to come in with me?
Somebody mentioned it here earlier. While My Guitar Gently Weeps is a very good song, but it's a little long and drawn out, maybe. But it's a good one for sure. Well, I'm really quite taken with that LCD sound system song. New York, I love you, but you're bringing me down. I was asking Rachel in the bathroom earlier what she thought were examples of very good lyrics. So I provided the following thoughts for my own examples. Were like in the Fiona Apple song, where she says, "What would an angel say? The devil wants to know." I think that's a very good lyric. I think Katy Perry starting the song with "You change your mind like a girl changes clothes." Very good, smart lyric to, nice and N.I. poppy. I think the Beach Bunny girl who sings that song, "Good girls don't get used," that's a great core line for a chorus to be the title of a song, and that smart. It's a good song too. And the lyric, "Say something, I'm giving up on you." Very, very powerful lyric. I don't remember where I was going with this exactly. I think I had something specific in mind that I've now forgotten. Yeah, Criminal's got great lyrics in general too. What I need is a good defense because I feel like a criminal. So it's the one I sinned against because I've all, Yeah, it's really good. Ain't nothing like the sound of the leaves when the breeze penetrates these south side trees from the rapper atmosphere. It does sound nice. Happiness is a warm gun. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that one, Ruben, because that's what I was thinking of as the other song that kind of is like While My Guitar Gently Weeps that I like better than it. It's Happiness is a Warm Gun. I don't know if it's really like While My Guitar Gently Weeps, but I think of them as kind of similar-ish songs. Like, I think, what song did we hear that I thought had really good lyrics? Well, I mean, New York, New York, I love you, but you're bringing me down has fantastic lyrics. Has just brilliant lyrics. And in particular, there's one, where they say, he goes, I have to look it up. Can't remember it exactly. I do not like the Doors. It's another thing recently we were talking about the other day. It's like, if you go back to the old Rolling Stone magazine kind of days of great classic rock albums, there was apparently a general sort of argument about, well, is the best album Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, or is it Sgt. Pepper's, or is it Pet Sounds? Well, Sgt. Pepper's is definitely better than those albums by a large margin. I mean, Pink Floyd, yes, they've got some good songs, but they aren't good, right? Because the problem with Pink Floyd is a lack of editing, a lack of concision, a lack of clarity of vision of what they're trying to accomplish in a given song. So, if you, unlike singing Beatles songs, let's say I'm going to try to sing Comfortably Numb. Hello, hello. Is there anybody out there? Is there... Ah... Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. This is a good part of the song, right now. Na-na-na-na-na. But you kind of lose where exactly, it's like, it just isn't as right. And most Pink Floyd isn't even close to as right as that is. So we definitely want to not give Pink Floyd much credit for being very good, because they aren't. But they're not terrible. I mean, they do have some moments of genius, at least, right? And it's not completely unreasonable to include them. I don't think that's the real Scott Wheeler. I don't think he'd put the real Scott Wheeler. He'd just call himself Scott Wheeler. He's not very social media active. No, I mean, the key thing to remember is good art, when you're talking about music, it has to prioritize understanding what it needs to express, getting in and out, and avoid self-indulgence. And the problem with that era is people who might have been able to manifest genius stuff in an era that recognized that reality, or in an era that was rewarding the opposite. So, oh, okay. Good for you, Scott. Because, there's this horrible movement of self-indulgent psychedelic garbage that, peaked with, a whole 16 minutes long of Inagata DeVita or something. It was all just misguided garbage, but, I mean, the Beach Boys deserve more credit for sure than Pink Floyd by a large margin. They're much more inspired, right? There's a lot of Beach Boys songs that, like Beatles songs, you just find that you know the whole thing and you can sing the whole thing, and it's weird, you know? Like, Beach Boys songs. I'm not a huge Beach Boys fan. I don't listen to them, but I recognize the fact that they're better than Pink Floyd. And like, then there are the fakers, right? So there are these bad bands that weren't terrible. They're kind of like the U2s of the time that people think are good, like the Who and the Doors. Those are not good bands. Neither of them is a good band at all. They're not terrible, but they're the equivalent of U2. Disposable, not inspired nonsense, mostly. I'm trying to think of other examples of good lyrics. And then you had bands like Led Zeppelin that, okay, well, they're a good band, and they do have a lot of genius shit, and yet they suffer from like particular shit growing on it, like there's stupid like Middle Ages mysticism shit, and you know, no. No, Led Zeppelin did not steal all their genius shit. They only had an album of covers, and it can only very loosely be called covers. The Grateful Dead are, the Grateful Dead are worse than U2, for sure. The Grateful Dead are in the jam band category. Jam bands have missed the entire point of making music. Entirely. And are getting everything wrong. And are appealing to people who don't know well what's good. Or why they should go. People who are there for an experience, not because they have any understanding of what good music is. The Beastie Boys' best album was probably Ill Communication. Well, like I was saying to Rachel earlier, there are bands that I like a lot that I don't think have particularly good lyrics. I don't really think the Beatles have particularly good lyrics. And it doesn't matter at all, And Weezer, they don't have particularly good lyrics, but it doesn't really matter at all. Green Day, some of their lyrics are okay, some of them are not very good. It doesn't really matter at all. No, I'm not going to listen to Tourist by Spirit and tell you that Led Zeppelin isn't hack bullshit. The Mamas and the Papas? Whatever. California Dreamin', yeah. Led Zeppelin didn't steal all their shit. Come on, don't be silly. They've got a lot of really good songs. It's just they also have a lot of crap. California Dreaming is a good song. It is. There's no disputing that the California Dreaming is a really good song, but that's really all they got. You know, like Journey has a bunch of good songs, but I don't know. It's weird. Some people have this strange obsession about that quality. My friend Corey has an obsession about that too. He basically says that about LCD Sound System. That LCD Sound System steals all their shit. And they shouldn't get credit for being good or whatever. Except LCD Sound System doesn't obviously steal all their shit, because even if they take an idea from someplace, only LCD Sound System sounds like LCD Sound System. Doesn't sound like anything else. Nothing else sounds like it. So it's like there's this weird anti-dom fixation with, you know, being original. It comes with fifth slot NE. The funny thing is, I never get accused of stealing shit from anybody. I rarely get even comparisons to anybody. People don't quite know what to do with it, I guess. So it's not like I'm defending stealing shit because I like to steal shit. I'm saying I don't think you're getting this conceptually right. Maybe he's inspired by something. He thinks, ooh, I'd like to repurpose this kind of idea in this other way to make something entirely new. And you go, well, that's generated, not discovered. Fine, but that doesn't totally invalidate it. What I'm saying is, it doesn't matter if they, quote unquote, stole that song that you're talking about. It's just one song. They have multiple albums of shit. Of Stairway to Heaven. I mean, why would that invalidate Led Zeppelin if they have a song that they made that sounds a lot like a song that already existed called when Led Zeppelin made it, they made Stairway to Heaven, it was a big hit, and the previous one that sounded very, very much like it didn't become a big hit. Why would that invalidate Led Zeppelin? Well, I mean, the point is you got the wrong frame of reference again, right? It's what we're talking about really, we use it as a shorthand way of saying whether a given musical production effort produced a high quality amount of good stuff that's kind of timeless or not. You're concerned about the identity of the people making it, and that's wrong. That doesn't matter. The thing is, it might matter more in certain media than in music. Okay, well, look. If you were to establish to me that a substantial amount of Led Zeppelin songs were, you could say, look, it's obvious that Jimmy Page heard this song and just fucking straight up stole it. And you could tell for a lot of their songs, and I would say, well, that's not a strategy I would recommend to making a bunch of timeless tracks, but I guess it works for them. Kind of skeezy, you know. But again, you're worried about the provenance of the song rather than the entity that the song is, the track. It exists independent of its makers. It needs to be evaluated independent of its makers. You might condemn the individual people in Led Zeppelin for their behavior, but it wouldn't impact your perception of the music if you were thinking about it correctly. Well, I mean, again, that would be something you'd apply to the people, and it wouldn't apply to the music they made. And so that's not an interesting question because that doesn't matter, right? Like, for example, what do you know about the person who wrote White Christmas? I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. What do you know about the person who wrote it or the provenance of that song? Probably nothing. I don't know anything about it. And I don't need to know anything about it. And if my opinion about it were to change in any way because of something I learned about the provenance of the song, I'd be doing it wrong. I'd be knowing art wrong. And that's what you're doing right now. But I do thank you for providing this teachable moment, and you're welcome. Hopefully you can take away a new perspective, a better understanding of things from this. Well, I mean, it sometimes does happen. Remember that, like Patsy Cline, we think of Patsy Cline as being responsible for Crazy and I Fall to Pieces, okay? These famous country songs that are indisputably timeless tracks as well, with her singing them, okay? I'm crazy for being so lonely. I'm crazy for feeling so blue. Now, should we condemn Patsy Cline because Willie Nelson wrote that song? No. Do we care who wrote the song? No. Why would we care about that? It's an entity in and of itself. We evaluate it on its own merits, like smart people. And that's one to grow on for you, my friend. That's one to grow on. I guess this is the way of the provocateur. You come in, try to be provocative, but in the end, it all works out okay because you learn something. You learn something about how to be provocative more effectively next time, and you learn something about what's wrong with your current attempt at provocation, why it can be used to provoke is because it's wrong, and what you needed to understand in order to fully engage it as a provocateur is why it's wrong. And that's the gift I gave you tonight. Yeah, you can PayPal me if you want. If you don't want it to be a gift, you want to pay for it because it's worth so much. Well, I guess it's worth $7,500. You can PayPal me $7,500 for the lesson if you'd like. You should. I deserve it. You learned a lot tonight. I'm not proving anything. I'm informing you of why you're being stupid. You don't have to listen to me. You can continue to try to argue with me if you'd like, but I'm not going to play along any longer. Helping people learn Eric's special way, condescendingly, and hope they go away. But if they don't, that's okay. At least I'll make you sing when they insist on their learning through provocation. Truths delivered in song form have twice as much impact. It's been proven by the Rand Corporation. Oh yeah, I'm so smart. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm so smart. Oh yeah. Is that what you want to hear? What would you like me to say to help you shake your fist more? I don't need to prove anything. I'm Eric. Is that what you think I'm like? See? I knew he was like that. Is there anybody going to listen to my story about people who come around here and they disambiguate everything and it's gory? Oh, Jesus Christ, here we go here. Oh, real Scott Wheeler. You're not really Scott Wheeler. Well, that's fine. Then we're not in disagreement even. It does cause me to lose respect for the human beings, but it won't change my relationship with the Led Zeppelin albums. In other words, I'll know them as aesthetic objects independent of their creators. And if I'm worrying about their creators, why? Why do I give a fuck? I don't assume that people are good because they make good art. It's like, I may really like some piece of art. That doesn't tell me anything about the artist's quality of character. John Lennon was a wife beater. I mean, the thing is, if I'm listening to music, what I give a fuck about is the music I'm listening to. That's the point, is that it's not, you shouldn't give a fuck about anything. It's, you should give a fuck about the thing that you're giving a fuck about. Not something ancillary and irrelevant. So it's not so much that we're in disagreement about whether fucks should be given, but to whom and under what circumstances they should be given. So, because music is the salient point of listening to music is listening to music, then concerning oneself with the ancillary and irrelevant matter of the character of that music's creator is missing the forest for the trees. It's like, if there's one message I want to convey to you that you take away from here, it's this. Hey, dirty, baby, I got your money, don't you worry. Said, hey, baby, I got your money. Hey, dirty, baby, I got your money, don't you worry. Said, hey, baby, I got your money. I mean, that's not legally the case. You know, if you play a Zeppelin song on YouTube, it legally the songwriters are Plant, Page, or whatever. So you're the one who's making a claim that's contrafactual and saying they ought not be credited as the songwriters. And well, you might be able to make that case, but if you're spending that much time and energy on trying to prove a counterfactual as a preferable status quo, then it really should be relevant to the thing, right? Like, that's not relevant to the only thing that matters about the music. What then do you think about rappers who have to keep it real and have their music be backed up by a real life reputation? I just think that that people more successfully make art when they aren't misrepresenting themselves in general. So it might be the case that if you're a rapper and you're rapping about gangbanging and stuff and selling drugs and whatever, then you probably ought to actually be part of that lifestyle. Like, you'll notice I don't rap about those things. And the reason is because I don't want to be subject to the critique that Auto Alchemy was subject to. He made a diss rap about me in response to something. I don't remember what it was, but anyway, he made the aesthetic mistake of like being like, I'm the name some sort of gangster or whatever. I'm like, no. Look, dude, you and I can both successfully make music that includes rapping, but not by pretending to be gangsters. You know, that's not gonna fool anybody. Maybe Iggy Azalea could pull it off, but not me. Not him. We're too nerdy. I mean, nobody cares about other people's experience with music. Nobody cares about other people's experience at all. Experience is localized, subjective. The only thing people can care about regarding other people is communicative matters. Matters they can communicate about. Yeah, so, I mean, the thing is, but there are subtleties that need to be, you need to have a subtle touch. So it's true that I can be a stand-up comedian and tell a joke that didn't really happen and it'd be funny and stuff, but I'd probably be better off presenting it in a different way. No, I mean, I note when when someone's experience is bad because data has been communicated. So I can't know anybody else's experience except via the communication of data from the experiencer. Okay? So when I say nobody cares about anybody else's experience, what I mean is you can only care about somebody's experience by caring about what's communicated about their experience, either verbally or non-verbally. And it's a mistake to think that we're caring about their experience. We're not. We are calculating what their communications mean. We may love them. We may find them precious and want to preserve their well-being. That doesn't mean I care about their experience. It means I care that their experience conveys to me that their well-being is threatened. So it's pretty important that we think about things carefully. You know, we gotta parse shit out right. The whole point of experience is that it is subjective. It is of the subject entirely. It is not part of the attentional matrix that's communicatively engaging. So and that's why it's really important that we recognize when we're really talking about words and when we're really talking about experiences, because people get confused about that a lot. It's like, no, they care about my experience. No, they care about the data you're communicating to them about your experience. That's what they care about. You can only authentically care about your own experience because you can only ever authentically access your own experience. You're caring about what the messenger from the battlefield and the piece of paper says on it, not about the battle itself. But it's easy to conflate the two. I get it. It's an easy mistake to make. The problem is, people don't keep careful distinctions between their maps and territories in the way that I do. And I didn't used to either, but cognitive functions allowed me to make those careful distinctions. And in order to analyze things properly, you have to analyze them through three perspectives: observer, subject, object. Because every single thing in the universe cannot be analyzed correctly unless... and cannot be fully analyzed except by analyzing it through those three perspectives minimum, and probably additionally attentional things like knowing, deliberating, interfacing, acting. And the problem is, when we talk to each other, we've shorthanded away the role of the observer. And as such, language has collapsed into primarily a procession of metaphors. If we were going to be authentic in using language to be honest, we would say things like, I posit before we make a claim. We'd say things like, I observed Joe hit Bob rather than Joe hit Bob. We'd always include the observer. Instead, because people don't like to be honest with language, we've developed all these incredible techniques to avoid mentioning the observer as though they don't exist. Passive voice, for example. The dog was hit by a car. Well, where's the subject, for fuck's sake? And where's the observer? They're nowhere to be found. It's an attempt to extricate an event from the fullness of understanding. Nobody's the subject, so nobody's responsible. Nobody's the observer, so we don't get to know where this information comes from. No, he can know he cares about something, Peter didn't teach you. But he needs to recognize that he's doing map territory work. So he's saying, I care a lot about the well-being of this person. I care a lot abstractly about the well-being of Rachel. But that the vast majority of the time, I'm not actively caring about her well-being, right? So we have to be clear in our distinctions. When we mean in a mapping sense that we care about somebody's well-being, we mean that we have attributed a status that's permanent that says, I hold this person precious and central, and thus, as a general rule, want to avoid harm befalling them. It's basic FI, okay? But to actually feel that, they probably are going to have to come under threat to harm, in which case you're going to suddenly discover that you jump into action of some sort. Like when Delilah was very little, one time she was in her high chair and she pushed against the wall or something and it was falling over. And I have no idea how I possibly did this, but I was sitting on the other side of the table eating my breakfast, and before I knew it, I had jumped out of my chair and fucking caught her super ninja style before she hit the floor. You know? So obviously there was this reality of the preciousness of her existing, even though I didn't feel like she was in danger. My status was correct, that I did value her a lot, and that were she to come into danger, I would jump into action to protect her. Now, note that I didn't have to take any time to transition from not actively caring about her well-being, in other words, I'm not thinking about it because she's not under any threat of any sort, to caring a shit ton about it. It didn't take any time. I didn't have to deliberate in that regard, because FI is like a boulder, slow to heat up, slow to cool down. And even if you're not right next to the boulder, and you don't want to be because it's warm outside, it still is going to be warm when you get there later that night, and it'll feel good to stand next to it because it's cold outside. So the thing is, to the extent that my feelings were deliberative about it, you'd say I had already determined that allowing a reality to occur in which harm having occurred to her persists, and I'm reminded of it, is going to be painful. Again, I'm dealing with my own map stuff. It's really going to be painful for me to see. I'm not going to know her pain, per se, directly. I'm going to know my pain and damage having come to something that's precious to me. Which I know periodically with Rachel, you know. When we first got together, she wasn't disabled, and now she's has a physical disability because, you know, It's not like I did it to her. It's not like I could have even really prevented it. And nor that I had any good reason to think that what we were going to do, what we were doing, was going to lead to harm. In fact, I had lots of good reason to think it wasn't. So I can't exactly blame myself logically, but FI doesn't care. FI doesn't care why the precious thing got damaged. It doesn't matter. It's damaged now, right? And you got to live with that reality. Of course, for me, the problem isn't so much Rachel's experience as my experience of Rachel. So it's like, to the extent that Rachel's suffering and or impacted negatively by her physical condition, then that means she's going to be communicating that to me to some extent. And that's going to cause me a certain amount of distress because I want to solve this problem, right? And it's not one that I can solve. But, being with an INFJ means Rachel is very unconscious about her SI, and she's very conscious about her FE. So primarily the information she's shooting me is everything's fine and normal. So, but I still recognize it when she's like, there are things I notice. Well, she had a toxic drug interaction that caused neuropathy. What a great quote. Before you criticize a man, walk a mile in his shoes. That way, when you criticize him, you'll be a mile away and have his shoes. Oh, well, because FI is for people, NI is for art. Yeah, you wouldn't want to use FI to evaluate art. That's trying to use a deliberation function where a knowledge function is called for. The thing is, I always take whoever it is I'm talking to less seriously when they aren't honest about who they are. It's just unavoidable. I just can't take people seriously when they don't present themselves as themselves, but as a character of some sort. Because it's like, it's a basic reciprocity thing, right? I'll do you the favor of not bullshitting you, and how about you do me the favor of not bullshitting me? And if somebody comes in costume, pretending to be Count Dracula or whatever, it's like, okay, enough. Tonight's dream is looking like it's becoming a variation of Eric's oasis of truth and reality that all is being spoken upon. Yeah, sure, Ruben. Your put functions are your action functions, SE and NE. If you're creating impacts in a real concrete sense, it's SE. If you're just talking, basically, saying ideas, making claims that are subject to further discussion, then you're putting information on the external metaphysical field like I'm doing right now. If you're getting information, your deliberation functions get information. Now this is a little bit of a rough term to use here because it's pretty obvious with TI how it gets information. It asks questions to pin the other person down on what they mean so it can determine whether they're right or not. FI, it gets information as well, but the kind of information it gets is stuff like like how much I like that or something. I'm not really sure how to talk about that one. The receive functions are your knowledge functions. They're receive functions because you don't figure out, you just suddenly know it. You either remember it or you know what something is. You know, it's like, I don't look at this and go, let's see, it's got 4 prongs, a curvy bit, a handle. Yep, this is a fork. I just know it's a fork. And I don't have to review any footage from earlier to know that when we returned back from getting creamer, the gate was open. Because I remember not remembering whether I had closed the gate. I can't prove it to you, right? There's no way for me to prove to you that when I got home from getting coffee creamer, the gate was open and I didn't remember if I had closed it or not. I cannot prove that to you. But it is nevertheless the case. So in this regard, we can understand that one can know better or worse. I knew poorly when I got back home because I didn't know whether I had closed the gate. And I'm knowing better now because I do know for sure that I didn't know at the time whether I had closed the gate. So it's easy to note instances where somebody knows better or knows worse with SI. The same thing is true with NI. And what I'm telling you about your position on Led Zeppelin is you're knowing poorly with NI. And what you're telling me is, oh, I'm not using NI, I'm using FI. And I'm saying, okay, well, that's the wrong thing to use it on. You should use FI on your actual personal relationships and stuff like that. And, you know, I get that being mad at wrongdoers is a feeling, but unless the wrongdoing was directed at you, the problem with FI and matters that matter is, even though a certain amount of it is necessary to motivate you to not be apathetic and attend to what matters, to the extent that you're motivated too much by an emotional engagement, you're no longer able to engage what matters. So it's a really tricky double bind that reality has given humanity, which is this. The more capable somebody is of governing, leading, whatever, the more qualified and competent they are, the less likely they're going to end up getting there, because of this is really the law, which is the problem part. There's this horrible sweet spot of effective and conflationary between effectiveness and intelligence and wisdom. For particularists who are highly effective at attaining their desired outcomes, they have been encouraged to misattribute to this phenomenon intelligence or wisdom or even competence. They're competent in very limited capacities, and we shouldn't try to put them above their pay grade. Unfortunately, that sweet spot, that horrible sweet spot, those people have incredibly poor self-concept, and if you're evaluating in terms of its accuracy. So one thing we can conclude about Trump for sure, no matter what you think about him, is he has incredibly poor self-concept. He didn't understand that he wasn't qualified to be president. Same thing with Elon Musk. He's got incredibly poor self-concept. He doesn't understand that he's not somebody who should be really expressing a lot of opinions or things, because nobody should listen to him, and he's got too much bully pulpit for too little wisdom. But they're in that sickly sweet cancer spot where they're effective and not stupid exactly, and yet not capable of having clear self-concept or dealing with the largest frame issues. And those people are going to be the ones who are empowered the most. Unfortunately, they can't handle the power. They're not qualified. They don't understand well enough. And the people who pick them understand even less well. So, it's like, it's unfortunate, but it's what it is. And it is what it is because we haven't been operating under a proper map regarding existence itself. And cognitive functions provide us that proper map. They map existence itself, reality itself, everything, the universe, everything. They map it all. Because all reality that ever gets communicated about can only be understood as an expression of an observer, subject, and object. Must and always can only be fully understood as all of those. Oh yeah, we get to go to that YouTube party tomorrow. I got all meow, and I forgot I was supposed to be in a good mood because I'm going to a party. I'm going to this Mindy's Club. This is Talking with Famous People. I'm just shitty old Eric here. I'm Talking with Famous People. I'm going to be super happy, pleasant Mindy's Club Eric tomorrow. Oh, you're bar boy. The Paris now at the party, Eric. You called me Eric, Tiffany. I'm sorry, it's selfish old man. She normally calls me selfish old man. Or that horrible old man. You're that horrible old man? Yeah. He left us behind. I want to go Dutton. I think he just went to get gas. I think he's gone to the club. He doesn't really go to the club that often. I'm looking at Mindy and Tiffany. You can't see them, but to me, they're talking. Alright, that's it. I'm done streaming. I've got to go to bed. I've got an important, exciting activity tomorrow. Yeah. Hooray. I think before I go, we were not sparring the real Scott Wheeler. Like I said, I don't take seriously or have real engagements with people who misrepresent who they are as an outset. So if you want to engage me in a real way, you have to be honest about who you are first. Starting with a dishonest representation of self it renders you not qualified to have a conversation with me just for me to be condescending with you. So that's what you get. If you want to have a spar with me of some sort or have a real conversation, which you and I engage actually, you'd have to be honest about who you are.